The story so far for this case, things are not looking good for us. Our new friend Gina Lestrade has been accused of murder. Susato Mikotaba is leaving for Japan because her father is suddenly and very strangely sick. And our roommate, landlord, something or other, Herlock Sholmes, has been shot. So we're not in good shape. But we're gonna see if we can't start to unravel this case and figure out what actually happened, because we all know Gina wouldn't do that. Oh, also somehow the Hound of the Baskervilles is involved. No, just mostly a MacGuffin. Right. So I pull up the game on this one, and then we'll get stuck in. Yes, Herlock Sholmes took a bullet to the abdomen. It's not a good situation to be in. Pray Susato does not leave with the brain cell. True. Very true. Very concerning. It's always a risk when there's one brain cell between 4 people. You know? Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You can go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship? How? I don't believe it. How the devil do you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Chug, 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 chug. Chug, chug, chug. Gregson. Gregson. The pinky game for Gregson is very good. Oh, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigate the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. There is not that much tea in such a tiny cup. You're not wrong, but it is very cute. Like, Iris exclusively has cute things. And Gregson is gonna chug it all. Even his teacup is bottomless. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winterbank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to get through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So, what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Thank you, Gregson. Come then, let us not waste any time. We can now look around everywhere. There's so much to see. There's the article ledger there, and Mr. Banks' notes and... Huh? What's this? Looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back, there's some writing. He's there! Oh, show us, Susie, show us! 15th February, 10:30 PM, article deposited 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1, redemption deadline 15th April, 10:30 PM. A gentleman's overcoat, pound for a pound? Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. I see Mr. Winterbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. But this photograph of a cat, It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere recently. Oh, yes, you're right, very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Kitty. Chat, we do have a catty about. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! Alright, let the cogs turn. Cat. Yes, they are exactly the same. I've got it! These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes! We need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Come on! Iris! Iris, don't be like this. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Winterbank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you've mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? They're pretty obviously not. Have another look at them now. Right, you can see one print the cat looks dead on at us, the other one it's slightly at an angle. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two pairs? Chat, we're getting tutorialized in the last case of the game. Chat, help. Help. Oh, well, it's because they're set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes, that's what Mr. Sean showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, hello, Stefan. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same death in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful, then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. She'll let her explain, though. We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Rito, how I see depth in the world around us? Well, I just open them, and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Yeah, Ryunosuke. I hate to break it to you. Your brain is only occasionally amazing. Oh, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints? Yes, Reno, you're beginning to understand. And the stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that? Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. Oh, wow, really? You just do this. And it works. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. My spidey sense is telling me that stereoscopes are going to play an important part in this case. What could possibly give you that idea? What, you think that the in-depth tutorialization is, relevant? Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Suzuto-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Incredible. Truly, truly an incredible scene. Come on. Nope. Nope. Come on, images. Come on, do the thing. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. So, chat. This is the point where the developers were, I think, playing. Because this game originally released in 2013 on the 3DS. You know how the 3DS simulates 3D? Start by starting at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo. Yeah, Stefan, the slider is a stereoscope. That's all it is. The 3DS's technology is a digital stereoscope. That's it. So, if you really are unlucky, right, the reason why it makes people why the 3DS will make people motion sick is that when you turn that slider up, it actually does double project the image. And if your brain fails to interpolate that, it really makes you motion sick very quickly. But that's the exact same underlying principle as one of these stereoscopes. So while these are absolutely right, as we talked about in the last stream, they're actually more popular in the kind of like couple decades previous to the ostensible time period of the game. But they're kind of projecting that within the bounds of the loose chronology of the game, specifically because it's the 3DS. It's a 3DS game, and so they're able to just do a stereoscope and just play with that, and people may or may not get that reference. Now, projecting a stereoscopically doubled image stereoscopically, I'm sure would be very headache-inducing. Exactly, right? You tried to use it, but keeping your eyes crossed gave you a headache, so instead of having a 3DS, your parents got you a 2DS. Right? My sister was the same way. She couldn't do the 3D, so we got the other 2DS. But I could, so we had a 3DS. We had both a 3DS and a 2DS. It does not work quite as well on a PC. Right, they try, but they have to, like, they don't actually let you solve the puzzle, they just kind of give you the answer. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step. It's to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then to try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until... See what they do, chat? They just actually straight up switch switch which texture it is here, because, yeah, you can't actually do a stereoscope on a PC screen. Not effectively. They form a single new image in the center. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruto, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real! I could look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Reno. Chat, if you get it to work on stream, big props to you, let me know. Pretend you're looking at the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? Right, they literally wanted you to do it with the 3DS by just like tromboning the 3DS until it worked. Which is hysterical. It's so funny. There, you managed it, so now you know how stereoscopic images work. Luckily, you don't need to actually be able to do this in order to solve this case. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. Thank you. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Reno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back, and... ta-da! It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so at any rate. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that they'll ever actually need. Foreshadowing? The second white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Thank you. Hell. Hello. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We're working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbroker's must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every golfer's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's. Nay. The ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It's been an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Winterbank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Boo. No, nothing for the broken lamp. Alright. Alright. Hello. We shall know the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Reno? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statues. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. I mean, it is a good horse statue. So, stereoscopic viewers were, listed, it was proposed by, Charles Wheatson in 1838. Published the first description of the stereoscope in the 1838 volume of the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. This is the strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed that to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Yeah, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. I see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Windbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? I told him the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Probably in jest, perhaps? In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't even do it once! Forget that for now, Rena. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that! What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno? Ugh, I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded, as you, Iris. It would have been superior if I played against you. You are correct. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So, you need this. Oh no. What is that scary looking thing? Probably I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Skaboof. The blood is green! Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good, it works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. You got here to forensics, Blues. You got here to totally real forensics, we promise. Yes, wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Obviously you can't do this, Blues. But this is actually based on a sort of kind of real thing that Sherlock Holmes actually did. Right, because Sherlock Holmes, supposedly, is one of the lead inspirations for forensic, one of the main developments in early forensics, namely the ability to identify human blood from animal blood. This is obviously turning that out to about 15, but the detection and identification of human blood is something that Sherlock Holmes usually gets credited with as something that was science fiction in 1891 and stopped being fiction by 1910. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris! Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Jenny would say it's bleeding great! So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different colour, so... Just like someone whose blood turns the same colour and you know who it belongs to, in a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? One flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Blood samples portfolio. Let's keep testing and add the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. You need to study the blood carefully. Also, that blood splatter is weird? Yes. That blood splatter is weird on a bunch of levels. Hello, KJ. But that's all we get for, anime. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though not confident I can get it closed together. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that you used the great big contraption over there. Oh, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them, and I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make money selling out of these in Japan. It would be keep my toilet sparkling clean anyway. What? Ryunosuke, what? It does look less like a splatter and more like a schmear. You are right. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colours. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what colour my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Well, Chad, I do think we have something else that has blood in it. Wapa! Mr. Naruto, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. And you have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Green blood. Crime committed by a Vulcan? Something like that. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Oh, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. Spaff. Purple. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, is it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. Could be an important clue. Although it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Oh, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color returned, but with a little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Reno. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe this is the blood of... thrice-fired Mason? You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. Of course I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Ryunosuke has the brain cell. Let's go. Gina brought this ticket here to Winterbanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilder was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. What, you're saying that 2-month-old blood is still not particularly red? I mean, heck, 2-hour-old blood is starting to turn brown already. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark, but we know that McGilder had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, for which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruto, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make a note of this. The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated in the court record. The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Well, I suppose we should take a look at the door back here. Hello. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Greggsy said. Yes, and that's why I saw that dreadful scene last night, through the little window in the door. Mr. Winterbank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Miss Naruto. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Well, let's not forget the crime of Mr. Sholmes getting shot. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. A new location. I've been added. Remember, chat, this game is made for, well, Peggy 12. We do need things to be recognizable, though it is interesting, right? It is a thing that is going on, very much in the forensic side of this, that the game is simplifying rather dramatically. To talk like just actual game study stuff for a bit, right? One of my preferred theories for talking about games is the idea of what discourses it is drawing on. Right. The game is historical, so it's drawing on discourses of historical time periods and scholarship about history. It's also, having us do something that vaguely resembles forensics if you squint. And so it's drawing on forensics, and, well, more literary forensics than actual forensics, but, forensics. But, because the intended audience for the game is kids, they are, making the things easily legible, even at the cost of screwing up the specialist discourse, right? They are simplifying things down into signs that can be easily interpreted in the correct way by the intended audience for the game. Well, I have very, very minimal experience with blood, mostly from nosebleeds. Mostly from rather dramatic nosebleeds. Right. You don't usually let the bloodstains sit on your clothes or anything you dripped on for very long. You usually clean that up while it still is very red. And even when it dries, it stays red for a bit. It's certainly not time for you to wash it off. So, that's probably the extent of what people are familiar with, and you do that. Oh, shut up. Poor Iris, she's climbed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Hello. Ah! Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? Stained one of your pillows terribly after I saw a nosebleed while I slept? Yeah, same. Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Ah! Gentle? Tobias Gregson? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Holly. and inquired how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pah, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! It's what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Is that the police officers doing? Quite right, man. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise. And actually, the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutted child. Are you talking about Jenny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I am afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No! Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Presumably the police inspectors would have picked that up already. In your pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Nice eyebrow. Obviously, my personal opinion is that's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Gracie, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he... well, the thing is, don't miss your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, no. I use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body? Anesthetized? Is that even possible? Hello! I am doing good. It has been a very long week, but I am very happy to be playing this game, because this game is very good. How are you doing? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. And Jacob, enjoy your gifted sub. I couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. Now that the all's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my! No one knows if the anesthetic still in the system or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Yeah, I wonder what the history of that is. Let's look that up. 19th century. That's 18th century, not 19th century. Stop it. Hysterical. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. So... Alright, well, chloroform can be used in this time. Hysterically. Right, so that's... looks like... Yeah, nitrous oxide and diethyl ether, so laughing gas, are used in the 1830s. And more things... Well, what's the next thing past Chloroform is about 1850. But what they seem to be using is a sort of intubated general anesthetic. So that's only in the 1880s. But chat, at least according to the most reputable source of Wikipedia, the first person to perform a procedure under general anesthetic in 1804 is a Japanese man named Hanaoka Seishu. So, this is a case where they're like, oh yes, Japan is adopting Western medicine and importing things when they had a substitute that worked a century previously. And yes, I did say diethyl ether. I suspect... Does that matter what year is it? That totally matters what year is it. Yeah, so, looks like the big problem with Hanaoka's general anesthetic is that it has aconite and angelica toxin in it. Just basically poison them into a coma and then perform operation on them. So, you know, maybe it's a good thing that we are using a vaguely less toxic alternative via intubation, or heck, even chloroform is not as bad as that. Cause yeah, that's bad. The active ingredients in Tsusensan are scopolamine, hyoscyamine, atropine, aconitine, and angelica toxin. Literally a paralytic coma, and then perform your operation. So, maybe it's better that we have a new type of general anesthetic there. Really? Without humans, your eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Schultz has to do things his way. Well, the police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Winterbank, he was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly, wouldn't have felt a thing. That's only moderately better. This must be his blood then. Oh. I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Oh, absolutely, right? Getting an anesthetic in modern hospital context, Wolfie, is still kind of a pain. So, now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Winterbank's blood. It doesn't match an analysis of blood saying we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. The blood samples for fully was been updated in the court record. You don't really do chalk marks unless you need to go back to the scene a lot. Yeah, understandable. I suspect they may have done them more in the past, right? That these days we're like, meh, maybe we don't need them that much, right? Modern forensics maybe, you know, has somewhat more sophisticated methodologies than sketching it out in chalk. But I don't know that for sure. I don't know any. I know little to nothing about 19th and early 20th century forensics or CSI. This is a revolver, a real one. But quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Winterbank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Rena look like you're both about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank with this yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Jeter's hand. Mr. Winterbank told us he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now, but one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain, but only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Back then it would have likely been used for taking pictures after they moved the body, as you're fairly sure they removed the body fairly quickly compared to what we do now. I would check out. That makes sense to me. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed with them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look! Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. At least there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling about. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. What's in the box? Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah, what is it, Iris? That's the box file my manuscript was being kept in. Hey chat, remember the Hound of the Baskervilles? That's totally an important plot point to this, we swear? Iris's unpublished story, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. Ah. It was there. Iris' story is there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Tilly when he said he deposited it here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Iris' manuscript has been entered into the court record. Quick, let's read it. Aww. It's chunky. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susan know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Wow, that's literally it. Helpful. Hey, chunky. Well. Iris, don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Is that it? Might be it. Why is the gun not in the court record? Unknown, Winterbank's main shop, green. Thrice fired Mason, purple. Winterbank's storeroom, blue. Well. Blah 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 blah. Well, the book is not short. The book's like 300 pages. 226? Yeah, okay. Hey, is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinated. And, I don't suppose. Will I mention my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, what would your ladyship? I'll just wait his publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. Are you looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have been in her ladyship's head off, would you? 100 pages is not that long, but admittedly you're weird. Well, I know that's fair. That's fair. This looks. Oh, look at how big the type Look at how big the type is on this, though. That's pretty big type. So, I don't know. I guess, right, roughly 300 pages? That looks plausibly thick on letter-sized paper. You don't think typewriters made text that big? Shh. Shh. Okay. Gregson, drink your tea. Chat, drink. Custom order. I also don't know that you could easily get pink paper, but I didn't notice anyone in chat commenting on that. Seriously, is there nothing else of note in here? That feels weird. It feels weird that there's nothing else in here. And it's not telling us, obviously, go somewhere else. Oh, potentially. Is there anything left? Is there anything left to do in here? I know there is at least one more thing I have to do, but I'm not actually ready for that yet, I think. Well, let's try it. Because there's definitely one more thing I can do here. Hey, look! Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? She could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Why would she do something like that? It would only make a situation worse. Calm down, Reno. I was only joking, of course. Oh. Yeah, you had me worried there. That was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Oh. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes will have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Miss Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, let's try and find those security cameras, because... yeah. Security cameras. Security camera, where are you? Security camera. Hello? Hello? No? I don't seem to have the option. Oh, hello. Do we need to talk to you, God? This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Keeper, Dad. Oh, sorry. I made your clue just here. Really? But I must tell Gracie at once. As soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been out in 2 days already. I need the constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. I don't stop us investigating that, does it? No, I suppose not. Apparently shows the calendar he was peering at. Just straight up, like, I think we noticed. Oh, the music. That's a music box. Do you have them when you come from Reno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Ah, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy while the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gracie to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Huh. I'm not sure what else to do, honestly. Let's just make sure there's nothing left roundabouts here. Nothing else in here. Alright, classic strategy, present everything. Oh, what have we got? Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Notice someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, that is the ticket for McGilda's overcoat, the one that the little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Rian's right, Riggsy. Isn't the same ticket? Oh, of course it is, of course it is. Never doubted your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilda in fact had another article in storage here at Winterbanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Well, Blues, the chalk outline doesn't actually make sense with what we're gonna hear. But, he got shot in the back. And then fell away from the door. So... The chalk outline doesn't actually make sense with either of those events, given that he's inordinately far away from the door. No, but that's how it breaks sometimes. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat. Ah, you mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Shriven says it on the last taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Winterbank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Briggsy? Any idea at all? Ah! Wolfie! Wolfie! happy Easter to you too? With the 20 gifted subs. Celebratory marginalia, chat. Celebratory. Go. Let us celebrate the season and so many gifted subs. And to anyone who received the gifted subs, thank you. And in the same vein, Trius_E, thank you for the follow just now. We appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the vague ramblings about history while we're playing Great Ace Attorney. It is super appreciated. And enjoy your gift sub as well. It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Beautiful. Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. As I know sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh, yes, of course. Article's only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then? That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. No. There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one may have been McGilded, so that information's not written in the ledger. Yeah. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. When in doubt... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Winterbank set out such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runa? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Oh, crap. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. By the way, chat. Chat, I wondered if it's the suspiciously fancy box. Yes, this is one of the items that have been forfeited by the original owners are offered for sale. That's right, they've all got the little price labels on them. There are so many. I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilded deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes, it could be any one of them. Mr. Shaws said that the pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGilded contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Yeah! Wait, ow. That sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen. This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. Chad, I wonder if it's this box right here. That's suspiciously fancy. Nah. What? Hi, Gina. Oh, Gina, good. You're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Yeah? Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate our window banks. Oh, right. No, you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point of asking? I changed what everyone's saying, but I did it. That's not... Gina, we're going to ask for your final decision. Ah, what decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you, or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. No one makes plea deals in these games. This dude, we don't have to worry about that. They forgot that pleas exist. Except for when they need, like, cheap tension. Injustice for all. Once. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. You've done it. Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into window banks that night. It looks like we might have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Well, I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers, or whatever they're called. They still ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Also, we refuse. Haha. We found this in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Right. Well, ask her then. Curiously, the storeroom at Winterbank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. The box file that has this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hand of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. Aww. God, her animations are so cute. Alright, yeah, it's Baskerville story. It's the latest Shaw's adventure, right? They ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gonna be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least £5,000. What is... So, you intend to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? Oh, wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I want to do was find out if the manuscript or whatever you call it was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris' sake. Isn't that right? Ah! We knew what you'd done from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything to me like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Perhaps you're a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't out Winterbanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Ellie's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, I wonder sometimes if it might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Oh my god, they're so cute. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you what I did. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris. That's not what I did. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got a dad, only she can't see him. I reckon that's got to be harder. That's why she writes the stories. And Forest Fairy Queen just now, thank you for the follow. That's why she writes her stories. But about her dad, really? That's what it sounds like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories? About Daddy? You mean not the adventures of a great detective? As much as the great adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. Oh, you're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will you? I hate all this showing nonsense, do you? I hate it! I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa. No. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Hey, look! Are some very suspicious red stains. Hey, look, blues. Blues. They got the color right this time, and then Ryunosuke said it's red anyway. But those are clearly brown. Those are clearly the color of dried blood. Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Yay? I think? Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruto. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though, so could it be blood that spouted from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot last night? Let's not be around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Spoof. And purple. Heck. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole cloth is covered in blood. Of course, the black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood is reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see, who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruto, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Was someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story! We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul would have rushed off a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear those stains could have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that is what really happened, the blood would have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. But yes, as Blues points out, it would actually be from pulling the knife out quickly, which could cause arterial splatter. Putting the knife in kind of, blocks all the sliced arteries and veins, and therefore would probably prevent that sort of spatter. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruto, that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all the twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilda was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Sword boyfriend, let's go! Listen, Ryunosuke, we lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for that cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So, I believe you. Unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Oh, sounds like this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Oh, come on, look at the mess you got you in here, believing in that bug trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get up by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? Why don't you have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? Well, that's what he wants to know now. Mr. Unbeliever lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I let everyone up the garden path, didn't I? Are you telling you can believe me after that? Not likely. Well, Miss Naruto, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not Appeal can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Ah, are you off-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruto, did you hear all of what I said before? Oh, born liar. If it was just trip off me tongue. I'm in diver, don't forget. I put the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why do you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this, whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It will be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You eat them all up. I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Well, we totally have all the information we need, we promise. Gina's taking herself off to the back of a cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. I hope. Whoever's hiding there? Uh-oh. Show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice! Miss Susato? Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gracie! Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. Didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on a conversation? Good grief. Listen, Ed. No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I'll show you, your ladyship. I only just arrived, and it's very minute, not an hour earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward. Nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? Yeah, then. I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da, cheerio. All the best. Bye-bye and bye. But a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, well, I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. We don't get this emergency of the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, no stronger at will, well. Emergency? What's strong at? No, then, forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gracie, if you have to. Bloodshot soon. Delighted, charmed. Can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Gracie's so funny, he says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police responding to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, we'll know this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court's clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Zato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruto. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day, and then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Perfectly balanced. Bring me thine spiciest take, O content creator man. Indeed, shall have to dance for thy pleasure. And then a nitpick. Alright, so the spicy take I've got here is that, for this being an Ace Attorney game, all these cases are shockingly plausible. Things go a bit sideways in Great Ace Attorney Resolve, But in grading such many investigations, right, all the cases are actually distressingly plausible. Thank you. Now, you can't perfectly balance your self-blows. Hold up. This is cheating! Right. So, yeah, right, they might get some of the stuff wrong, like, you know, the blood splatter patterns not actually making any sense. But ultimately, right, the core of what's going to come out in this next trial is distressingly plausible. But, right, they're not actually similar to Sherlock Holmes cases. Right, I mean, yeah, there are some things that are pretty explicit references with the deduction sections, but for the most part, the cases are far more Ace Attorney than they are Sherlock Holmes. But I think it's part of the historical setting of the game that they are, instead of being in Japanifornia, it is in London, and not any London, late Victorian London. A specific historical moment, and that, I think, forces them to at least start more grounded, and then really only gives them freedom to expand in weird directions in a couple of ways. We'll see that in Grace Attorney Resolve what those directions they can expand on actually are. There's not that many. The ice cold take, though, is that pretty much all the levity in these cases is coming from, or all the successful levity, I should say, is coming from Sherlock Holmes, far more so than Tobias Gregson. The ice cold take is that Gregson is not particularly funny. He kind of is just there. In true Tobias Gregson fashion, he's pretty much just there. Now, the nitpick, we already touched it, but the blood splatters were all flavors of wrong. They make no sense, and in some ways, just the presence of have blood actually confuses things more than it clears them up. But then the compliment on the other side is that none of that matters because the core human power friendship nonsense is nonsense, but it's also very wholesome. Right? It is very wholesome. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make my preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me that there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. but all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? What? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. No. Hang on. Do you know what time we will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 AM. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but everybody there will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. Let me kill the case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Hey, Susato? No. No self-angst. Only wholesome. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed then, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait! There's something I need to— Ah! Ow! What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Aww. Susato-san. Aww. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed and I fell into a deep sleep. th of April, The Small Hours, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off of my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. Alright, chat. I need to use the restroom briefly, then we will be back. Okay, chat, we're back. God. When I was talking about the... Right, how it is, you know, very, very emotional. Emotionally sound. That's what I'm talking about. Even though they're so awkward together. Rinosuke and Susato are so awkward together, but they're so cute together. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. How do I get my hair so, floof? Literally nothing. It's just like this. I try and keep it under control, and it does its own thing. It's just... I have so much hair. I do nothing to it. I don't even use conditioner. It's just like this. Gina! Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it, I know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Again with me if you like, go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! Waggy! How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow! Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. Oh god, Waggy is so cute. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kiddo. I'm Amanaz around. What am I gonna do? Ah, that reminds me, I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What'd you say, Bruno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always say the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I heard that Susie made her train to Dover and the train is delayed on its way to the port. Parisian, hello. Good cat with sunglasses, because we just had a cat. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in big purse plunder. See? How do you like that? I'll let them say what they like, see if I can. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Reno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharge diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Reno? Yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Joyous. Just what we wanted. Publicity. Good luck then, Reno. I'll do what I can. Huh? Obviously I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Wait, no! I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. And apparently, lethal long-range artillery fire. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Wow. I was wondering at all about Shams. Did I fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Ellie still hasn't come around yet. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Shams is totally fooling everyone with his sleepiness. Right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Shams. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Yes! We have What's the sentence there? There's no competition for the brain cell. We got this. Unadulterated access to the one brain cell. We got this in the bag. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes. Let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Reno. Artillery support is still support. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but can tell us she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that'll secure our victory here. There's no great logic, is it? If I learned anything from my great friend, It's that. Rinosuke, I'm not gonna lie, I prefer you learn the secrets of Sword Boyfriend's headband. We could use it. Sword Boyfriend's head. 17th of April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which this court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. Maybe it's Miss McGilded who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Marcus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Wolfie, I regret to inform you, Van Zieks might not be as based as we hope for. What? Did he really just say that? He means you know, Reno. I actually managed to work that one out too, thank you, Iris. Woof. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? The tortured look of hatred in Lord Van Zieks' eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? Oof. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Cringe Zykes. Yikes Zykes. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? From a legend of the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and the clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Wait. I don't understand it. I kind of left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Women is indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong, Rita? Not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there's never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. You're not grumpy little girl in a pickpocket anyway. She's one of those filthy traps that live in the subdivision and well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her husband. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty herself. We can't jump to the conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. He could have been bent over when shot. Correct. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pigpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Add them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Seeks. At once, my lord. Updated. Updated. This isn't good. I feel like the mood here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Reno. I think that's because it has. Wow, we didn't even get through the first break before he just goes serious mode. Let us begin. Bring forward the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th April of this year. Hey, guess what, chat? That means the trial is occurring on April 17th. I have excellent news. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Ash Skulkin. Occupations are baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupations are same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. What they call? The 3 Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, Ascol. Don't you know what we're going through? I told your bro, for lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shade corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, a very spit of them. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is now, she is, the very spit of him. That was what that one was gonna do, was gonna call you. Big bro Skulky. Big bro Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of ships. Well then, Inspector Sulky Well, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Beg your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. This is some Beagle Boys level of cartoon criminals. It sure do be. And these are the fellows that shot Sherlock Holmes. Think about how desperate things have gotten. That these two shot Sherlock Holmes. Please do. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. In the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! I am taking a lot of issues with this case. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Thank you, whose name was Eggert Benedict, and is still nowhere near as stupid a name as real victim Deadman. Don't worry, we have Odie Assman in the next game. Right, in Great Ace Attorney Resolve, we're going to get the victim Odie Assman. Can you guess that he's probably not a very good person? Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings. Though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. It's gotta be puns. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. I'll be down. Because the Skulkin's never skulking. Get out of it! God, these two. Hello, Luigi. We were walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas store was ajar, see? It was like some guys on a bay of us going, it was. Boss we got was like, God blimey, Lorry. We had a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left it after that, nice and quiet. No, they should probably have liver. Yeah, I can't. This dude, you're right that they should probably have Scouse accents, but I can't do a Scouse accent. Dear God, my voice acting is already bad. Okay, if you don't want me to insult on the entire North, I cannot do a Scouser. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Well, the door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. Of course, they failed to mention shooting Sherlock Holmes. Exactly. Shooting Holmes. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Reno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies told by that pair on the stand. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose that testimony for the pack of lies it is. The front door of Winterbanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? It must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, you say that, right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light but inside. What are you, Sulky, mule mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of a gun trained on the unfortunate victim. You just finished case 2 of GAA. Wait. Case 2?
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Wait, case 2 as in Cosmo's case? Magistressa. As in boat. Alright. Sorry, rest in peace, sword boyfriend. Can we get an F in the chat for sword boyfriend? Perhaps, but it changes nothing. No, Bazeeks, you cannot just admit. Oh yes, I just straight up broke the rules by doing pure conjecture in order to sway the witnesses. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened? I truly don't know what voices to give these two. These two are just... what do I do with this? It was like some kind of time paying for us to go in your wash. What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, good moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? You naturally do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the will of thieves, does it? I won't know him, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, she were, I wish that at the time. You don't just find those up in the middle of the night like that. No, there's no two ways about it. It was just when our almost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Oh, you can't deny it. It lasts to a block what looks just like a bruv. I said, cut it out. Ugh, those chips are getting a chomping today. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was Nash, it was. Alright, bruv. The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winnebago always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winnebago always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So, we can with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my lawyer friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there's only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. I was in behind the curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, yeah, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a shriek. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might be help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My London Japanese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe you'll understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Yeah, did you forget about the shooting shawls? You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Oh, it was bad losing us, wasn't it? Oh, Dash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me Dukes out of Lucy Lockets. Ah, that's Cockney. You Dukes being your hands, your Lucy Lockets is Cockney rhyming slang for pockets. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quietly, you say? Oh, well, Governor, not only out more than violence, peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me Dukes out of me Lucy Lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe. Come on, eh? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints are alive. I fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor. You like telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. What the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. I shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that actually. There's really a rush around. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Hysterical. No. Hey, guess what? How many times do you think the gun's been fired? Hey, look, we can't actually, like, do much with that. So, this ammunition is still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes. It happened almost as soon as we walked in through Winterbank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Nah. I don't know guns. I know, like, freaking nothing about firearms. I will have no idea what gun this is, because I frankly don't care enough to find out. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winterbank always used to keep this gun on hand to his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? And we have that. Hopeful. We have that. And we have that. Boarding party, damn it. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back, no other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a posteral anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Helpful. Hello. Pawnbroker perishes in pickpocket plunder. How awful. Virginia, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects client post-trial. Perhaps? Protects the planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Irish certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've got with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career right now? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongcoat was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. It could explain why he has Grigsy running from pillar to post at the moment. My name is You missed, the witnesses. And, apparently a trial involving intercepted communications. Also. Heck. Now, my little Nipponese friend. Yes. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. The prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime, under scrutiny in this trial. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there! However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. Assigning a sworn affidavit that it was fired would count as evidence. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired their gun before they left Winterbanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Actually, a good question. To be honest, none of these actually show that. We don't actually... Yeah, I guess we're supposed to present that. Yeah, I guess.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claimed out the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Sorry, Chad, I've gotten ahead of us. I know where this case is going, so I've gotten ahead of ourselves. You are right now this is supposed to be that. What is that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes there's credible evidence that witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbroker's that night. Nah! God, these two. These two absolute idiots. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? Literally unbothered. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Kaboom! But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy, Governor. You're going to land us in the soup. Well, the deal, you won't go into them detail. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would only certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Yeah, better than a coffee cup to the face. True. It would seem now that I owe my London deputy's friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. So that's it. Why are you like this? That's right, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't actually do it, that's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let's not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas? We're in now, bruv. Now then, let's take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Sherlock Sholmes. We've seen the man patronize the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. When's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Ah, that's one of Henley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop. My lord, if I may refer the court to the position of the premises, their respective positions are here. Sorry, chat. And here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how it would help him the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of friar talk, eh, bro? I look, loves the skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been, Ash, must have been, yeah, just going 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord! It's the defendant! Miss Regina Lestrade. Heck. As the court can clearly see. Yeah, Friar Tuck is rhyming slang for luck. It's not just Tuck though, it's specifically Friar Tuck, as in the Robin Hood figure, rhymes into luck. Just like Adam and Eve is believe, usually. Etc., etc. The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. It's not a good look for us, is it? Why, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Photograph of Gina has been... Ugh. I don't believe it, Ginny. Hey, defendant, can we talk to you for a moment? I love that they just have Holmes characters in there. Like, that dude looks exactly like the one who played the pawnbroker in the Red-Headed League in the Granada Holmes adaptation. Exactly. And, right, Tobias Gregson looks pretty much like how you expect Tobias Gregson to look. Right, there really isn't a ton of variability available here. He's just Gregson. I mean, the fish and trips is innovative. But other than that, he just looks like Gregson. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank. That's not a logical step to take, then, Zeeks. It technically doesn't even prove she threatened him, but it's not a good look. I say, my lord. I wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a volley bullet in the other medal of my wand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, the medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Getting on the battle after retirement, you see the battle of daily life, if you like, and yeah, I am now leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll go down together, you mark my words, one for all, and all for one. Why is John Garadeb the foreman of another case in which we are involved? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. The Garadeb squadron's position, sir. But no, it's too soon to make a judgment. So as report of the corpsman, on the double. His lordship has showed some promptitude in all times, and that has been making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth in his day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. In all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I think it's safe to say. I think it's safe to say that these are not real Morse codes, given that's the same pattern. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leading in this manner. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
The jury can't just do this.
Guilty.
Well, you are true. Oh hey, I remember number 6. He looks especially like famed Russian revolutionary Villain Bolshevik, doesn't he? It doesn't yet appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. The photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jane didn't shoot him. No, of course not. I just frickin' saw Villain Bolshevik. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. As we all expect at this point. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. They literally just pulled him off the street, this dude. You don't understand. The way this jury system works is that first they seek people that Ryunosuke already knows, and then they search for randoms on the street to fill out the rest of them. And in this case, they just happened to pull a random who is a famed Russian revolutionary on his way to blow up the Crystal Tower. Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Hee hee hee. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketer. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I had left it there, I should think there will be repercussions by now. Mind made up, stop. Global radio transmission of Vedek to stop, follow, stop. In other words, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. And convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the defendant do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and the accused hand the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen the action on the battlefield, that young girl's on the verge of pulling the volley trigger, straight up into the air, because she has no trigger discipline. Thanks a lot, Mr. Shons. Oh dear, at least cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterberg. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. A treat! You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Hold
it!
Let us press everything. You're Mr. Natima's landlord, Mr. Gerdup, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're the lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Shons and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. You're suggesting that you should change your link to not guilty or anything? Can't be done, I suppose. Because the Gerdup house was the talk of the town after the business. When I just moved out, I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. I'm not allowed to break the news to Journey yet, but I often the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really think we should pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Who is a maid? Who he wants. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. What a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On the way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those backstones will be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. We're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Ram's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Holmes. A maid? Boo. It's really quite unforgivable. Curtis Gum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Matter to tale, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Holmes, not the defendant. A matter to tale indeed. They're all good as scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. I see we have forgotten that the that, they're not the ones on trial. The respectable port hitting the not respectable port is super relevant to the time period. Absolutely. This is 100% a period take. I mean, it's one you actually see in much late in like Victorian-ist media. And I'm thinking of Mary Poppins here, of course. But right, think about the attitude towards the chimney sweeps by the household staff of the family. They fucking hate them. And that's, I mean, it's probably echoing, it is echoing from genuine beliefs, but I think it's mostly coming out of media like that, which is idealizing household staff. Somewhat dramatically. And at least also, idealizing and making not child labor out of, the desolate poor, like, chimney sweeps. But, yeah. Yeah. Definitely a thing that still echoes. I agree with you, the shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of the trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. I'm afraid that you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pickpockets, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Felt that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Turning this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. You know, it was one of those two brothers that shot earlier, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first.
Hold it!
Stereoscopically. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally... Looks like the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. There's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you found that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Well, give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
Hold it!
What did you leave in there? What exactly have you been wondering on about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. Ah, we're so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. He's not nearly bloody enough to be a surgeon. He's not nearly as bloody enough. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though we are kind of at the forefront of medical science, the real brains of the field. So, what is it you think you've left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. The standard thing went in through the abdomen. When I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he... Surely not. Exactly. You surely not use it to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern. As thing as this case appears to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. Hello, Strawberry Gel. Good to see you. Hello. I'm sure you need to be more sure. He didn't operate on Sholmes, did he? Well, he didn't not operate on Sholmes. He didn't not operate on Sholmes, let's put it that way.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? It's fascinating to hear surgeons being lesser than doctors. Did that really happen? Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely yes. The idea of surgery being a, like, respectable medical practice really only... It's, like, we're in the middle of it shifting at the turn of the 20th century. Where surgery starts getting roped into medical sciences. But for a long time, in the Victorian period, the people who are trained as surgeons are barbers, right? I mean, the idea of a barber surgeon being a thing is real, right? It's like actually that both the literal training, i.e. who has the knives that they can slice hair or slice open bodies, but yeah, that is absolutely a thing. And it's where you get Victorianist media like Sweeney Todd, right? Having the idea of, oh yes, a barber is totally trained to cut up people and eat them and sell them to be eaten. Because they're a surgeon who's a barber and also a surgeon. So yeah, that's actually a real thing. But this is the period where it's shifting due to several things. I would say it really started shifting a little bit earlier in the Victorian period, right? In the US, it's after the US Civil War that things start shifting, but also you could see like the Crimean War, basically military contexts, where surgery is really, really, really important. Right, like, super important. And it's from that, along with, you know, better understanding of, you know, germ theory, you start seeing surgery being lumped in as needing medical expertise for both hygiene standards and professional skill standards. Oh. Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, the first practical radio transmitters, since that's the thing that was mentioned, wireless telegraphs, were invented by Guglielmo Marconi in 1895. Oh, wow. Here's to the Jon Snow who actually knew something. Praise be the Jon Snow who choleraed. Praise don't be to cholera, though. Is his clothing just a modern thing to make him identifiable? Yeah, sort of. Like, a lot of it is definitely modern medical, or modern video game medical. But at least the coat is attested. Sort of. Sort of. Right, some sort of overcoat was used. It wasn't always this white one. It was could also be like a leather apron. And yeah, right, none of the things are that, none of the outfit is that modern, but it is definitely all put together in a way that is not necessarily typical for the period. Very much university professor of medicine, or professor showcasing the surgery, a little bit less practical surgeon in the field. So, yeah, in this case, you're right, we need to signify that he's a surgeon, so we do that, by whatever means necessary. The big thing missing, though, is of course the amount of blood, because in the 1860s, right, the belief was just the more blood you had, the better the surgeon you were. Which is a terrible theory that should not be practiced. By 1900, that's probably shifted, so it's not out of the question, but you still don't have everyone totally accepting the idea that, yeah, right, being as clean as possible in the surgery is important. Huh. Hack. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with parts and nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Note, right, we could have wireless. We could have wireless as an option in this time period. We'll see how that goes later. It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Hey, look at that. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. Yeah, these are going to be obsolete real fast. Because phones. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it, I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Journal number 3. Oh yeah, right. Blood trailing transfusions without regard for blood type, etc., etc. Stefan, real good example of that. Dracula? Remember when literally everyone just starts going like, yeah, sign me the fuck up to just transfuse blood. With no regard for blood type or suitability or anything else. Just hook me up, Doc. Van Helsing, sir? Just stab me. It'll be better this way. What? Do you have something to say about Journal number 5's last remark? No, not to Mina, to Lucy. Or it's to Lucy Lysenstra that they are just like pouring blood into. Just chug, 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 chug. As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. It was a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing of the photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. Then John's, then Van Helsing's, then Quincy's. Yeah, no, the works. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that could view through a stereoscope, could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any? Any prints we could look at with the stereoscope? How about this print here? This should do the trick. I don't have 2 of those, though. I guess this one? Alright then, Joe, number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze— I don't have one more print. I don't have another print of the scene. Heck. Heck.
Take that!
It's the same one. Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, don't you have these in the Far East? Do you know how the stereoscope works? Bruno! What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right? Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we take another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Think you'll find that nodal expression is really starting to ignore me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? We also have a lot of other photographs from the same camera. Right, we could do the 1 o'clock or the 12 o'clock print and the 2 o'clock print. And see if anything's changed. Villain. Please tell me you're not Villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Da, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. My own words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound strange at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like a vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathy for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Da, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, there's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Rita? The judges are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and put them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Brothers did the scum of the earth. The brothers did nothing wrong.
Objection!
Objection. So much that everything spirit journey, you have to be around the bush until you can stumble across the truth and point it out, even when the truth is obvious. But Ryunosuke just blurts it out. It's great. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Explain the statement that says they are the skill of the earth and should hang, and they did nothing wrong. Contradict each other? Am I? My statement contradictory? C-O-N. Journal number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As journal number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Jones in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen, A, dear. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. It's funny that Bolshevik has a mouse when Pavlova had a cat? Exactly. Ugh. Oh, here is what. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. I thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you were telling me that these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. Da, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lying is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. Russian doesn't have double negatives, you are correct. The more negatives you put in a Slavic language, the more negative it becomes. It does not go back and forth. In fact, it's actually very rare for languages to have double negatives actually negate the negative rather than intensify the negative. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. And webbed sharks. Thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. I'm afraid that... Yes, it is. Reno easily. Sorry? With the prints from Lily's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that the picture's Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Kiwi, Mr. Prosecutor! Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all kinds. Oh, does Russian have double negative? Interesting. See, I thought it was just an intensifier. Yeah. Right, Parisian, you know better than I do. Right. Russian, 2 negatives in Russian equal twice as negative, right? Not positive? Yes, more negatives mean more negative. Fantastic. Thank you. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. I mean, it's probably one of the things that he was told repeatedly, right? I mean, that's one of the first things you kind of get told when you're learning English's oddities as a second language is double negatives exist. Double negatives exist. Because it's kind of a big deal. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot Ben, but they stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good. You are right. I did not understand the situation. Knowing our brothers have lied, I think it is very important to continue with the trial. Yay, well done, Reno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more what these jurors are saying that can use to expose the truth. And if we can do that, we might still turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Currently have that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. And look at that, we got a second one. Hello. Hello.
Hold it!
Let us start with that one.
Take that!
Next to flames. Slamming their hands next to flames. It's pyromancy. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Voila! Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Winterbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereotype images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together, inside your head it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. Was this game for the 3DS? This game was for the 3DS. I have! Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 pictures from Lily's camera, Reno. Go on. Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try to look at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you'll have to cross your eyes, and then try and make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Gee, I wonder if this was a gimmick. It's almost like it's the core foundational principle of the 3DS was built upon. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. And then they just give us the answer. Well, do you manage to see it properly? Not really. Come on. I'm just not very good at this, that's the trouble. Oh, don't worry, I have just the thing. I happen to bring this with me, a portable stereoscope. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you had that contraption with you from the outset, you would have said me sorry, Mr. Winterback and Gino, like I hate them all the time. If you remember, I said in reply, it is much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now? I.e., I cannot make it work, just give us the answer. Here goes. Now, let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that! Oh, what's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of these things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Friggin' everyone doing it. I love the judge just going for a cross-eyed while then Zeke is all dignified about it. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Yeah, their amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the news to all the other things on the counter seem to jump at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures in the stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eye business now, I'd say. What the devil does this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fella? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Reno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. The position of some items on the counter appears to have been shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zukas! Someone tampered... New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that the items on the counter were moved. But by whom? Iris is definitely holding the brain cell right now. It's very true. Iris has had to get... The unfortunate thing, right, when I said we had unadulterated access to the brain cell, we were not expecting a new challenger to emerge. And for that new challenger to immediately yoink the brain cell. Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I'm telling you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Doesn't Iris have her own brain cell? Iris did have her own brain cell, but she still felt the need to borrow ours for no discernible reason. Luigi? You think it's Luigi?
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said that they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpocket after all. Perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpocket. Come and gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen on the jury, if you will condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. I forgot that he did that by just bashing his head against the desk. Can you all see now? I think you'll find telescopes aren't playthings. You seem their extraordinary potential firsthand. We did it. Well, utterly agree. Stop. Let's push this after trial. Stop. We'll return him via Regent Street. Stop. They're are sterile. Everything this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Runa. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. But alright. The Sarascope has been entered into the court record. So what is the inspiration for the fire thingy? The Steels of Justice? Anime bullshit. More than 6. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I mean, right, it is Lady Justice holding the scales. It's just that it's now anime bullshit pyromancy. And Lady Justice holding the scales. Ancient, well-attested British pyromancy. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Now that to be continued. I think I got one more in me, chat. I think we got one more here. Hello, Barry Mike. Good to see you, friend. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Nash, Ringo, and Sulky. Good to see them. Good to see them. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Happy Easter to you too, friend. Oh, yeah, Governor. Oh yeah, Gov. Oh yeah. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Oh, blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, actually. Well, you didn't have time to pull me cheeks out of me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers! Oh, blimey! Oh, don't. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. I ever doing nothing of the sort. How did you figure that out? You can't hear Ringo without thinking of Ringo Starr? Yes, that's bad. I can't figure out what the pun with these two names, with these two, professional baddies' names are. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Other than skulking. Obviously skulking, but it feels like Nash and Ringo are supposed to be also a pun, and I don't know what the pun there is. Oh, that explains it. Thank you, Blues. Ringo is the Japanese word for apple, Nash is a play on nashi, the Japanese word for pear. Hence why they were eating an apple and a pear. Thank you. I knew there were more puns. Thank you, Blues. And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. I am a lovely yellow blabble squeakle peach! When in the anime lets us break a wine glass and not stain his gloves? He's developed his very own hydrophobic treatment for his gloves, so he can just go and then go squish. Because anime bullshit. AA names assumed puns until proven otherwise. Exactly! They're always puns. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but well, we weren't rifling for nothing. Oh, well, we had the gunshot scene, may as well jump on all this stuff when flying. Oh, I mean, it didn't have to give me a fright, we were thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We took everything back where we found his scarf, straight at him in the black. I couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? He is resupplied with new glasses by the ancestor of the person who resupplied Godot's coffee. Magistressa, we will actually get to see Van Zeek's supply of custom-made German crystal chalices in Great Ace Attorney Resolve. He custom orders them because he gets so annoyed at how there is one brain cell that he just keeps ordering new ones because he knows he's going to break them. It's so funny. God, I am so excited for you all for when we get into Great Ace Attorney Resolve. In not very long. Just the sheer amount of shenanigans that we get from that. So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack him, no. That's right, Ash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Magistressa. Also found out Cosmo's sword is named Karma. You're like, it's a coincidence, it's fine. It's not Von Karma. Magistressa, it is Von Karma. That also gets explained in Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. What are you saying? We hardly sound like rough at all. We don't, Ash, we don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Not just because this is that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Don't worry. It's not saying that Cosmo is a direct ancestor of the Von Karma family. It's not saying that. It is just saying that karma is related to karma.
Hold it!
No, what it actually is a devotee of someone we have not met yet takes the Karma sword name as a family name because he's such a fanboy, and then moves to Germany. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Alright, now we ain't. If we made to something like that, people think we was up to no good. Also, Ringo Meal China, you only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landing yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, yeah. That's rotten luck. Says the Rod App Leader. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? Never ransack nothing. Right, I was right. What if we tie the place up? Yeah, sorry. Just stink eye.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? His bag of nerves needs something to keep his shirt on. Okay, it was loud, alright? Why you be dead granny we've woken up at that bank? Big, brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some school whatnot. I got tangled into Mary out, which knocked over a picture frame, which knocked some scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket, me granny wouldn't get back into a grave out of class like that. So the gunshot took you by surprise. And as it was one of those matters, and then all of a sudden, BAM!
Excuse me.
Yes? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? I guys keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about the testimony? You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it, only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. Why don't you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas in to the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they then told a slightly different story from what they're saying now. Yeah. You claim you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Right, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling that maybe you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony, hey fellas? I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be. I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak! How is that a minor detail? Stop playing your testimony with other details that miraculously turn to your questionable minds, says. Right you are, Gov.
Hold it!
So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? Oh yeah, Gov, we did. That doesn't look good for us. I suppose if you're being honest, we could have heard a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Oh good. Actually we're okay. Kind of thing. My career in acting tragically missed. Never mind, we're good. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we were. But there's not that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank? On my granny's life, of course it was! On his granny's life, of course it was! So that would mean That you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice? So that would mean... What? What now? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. I was the night with that bloke and all the fancy club was giving us the evil eye. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good chance his Granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't feel like tying up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it...
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, by that was a sight, two of them waving guns at each other. Must got pretty heated. Just before we shout out, we had the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like you meant it, mate. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night, and the person was going to shoot beat him to it. Good discourse proper. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Cov. Give me that gun. Bam. What do you think? Yes, the current acting very tragically missed. Then we have the sound of someone in the deck, before everyone went dead quiet. After that, we do a slapdash job tying the place up. You look so cheerful about that. So, chat, this or this? It's one of these two. Which do you think it is? Love what you do and you never work a day in your life. In their case, because they'll be in jail. Do I expect to go on for more than an hour from now? Probably not. Depends on how quickly I get to the next breaking point, but we're stopping at the next breaking point. And what they do is stealing things. Well, right now mostly what they're doing is ending up in jail for several crimes. There's about 3 things in the way here, aren't there? Let's do that. That worked. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? As I go, you've got the picture. Yes, she has, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Ah, you what? Go on, Bennett. That ain't right.
Objection.
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, I'm all too late to use the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. What do you think?
Hold it!
Stay right there. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Ah? If the crime had taken place as you so colourfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Literally the same piece of evidence.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, but the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now if that testimony is true, I mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photographic of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Winterbank was in fact shot from behind. We could have also used the autopsy, I think, and it would have said the same thing. So, as I said before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Ah! Screams. But is the God's honest truth? It is, Nash, it is. When we were shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun? Yeah. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses by the night of question they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Well then, aren't they great at this? Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it was supposed to, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Now you understand that you replaced the untruth of your original testimony with renewed lies. These poor dumb dudes. I'm so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we... Cut out, Ash, cut out. Well, now, you know what it'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Come on, the game's up. I'll have a guts for goddess. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Your Honor, can we issue a warning to the prosecutor for threatening witnesses' lives? See, Magistressa, in ordinary circumstances I would do that, except that these witnesses are very dumb, and they seem to need dire threats in order to do their job correctly. So yeah, Kosek, when you left, they had said that they had the victim say something, and now they're saying that they actually saw the victim with a gun in his hand. Alright, Parisian, have a good rest, my friend. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face-to-face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? I think it's kind of funny how Van Zieks is the prosecutor, but is so committed to actually solving the crime that he's just agreeing with like half what we say. Basically, digging into the witnesses he chose. Yup. The man is racist, but is also a little bit based. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Right, so we just got inside the gap and he decided relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, Bellet. I flew it else like it was possessed. I thought we had it. Colonel Geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. We got on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. And it had nothing to do with killing him. That's not what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time we ain't nothing more to hide. You sweating bullets. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Alright, so he just got inside the gap and he's a sigh of relief. When you say geezer, I assume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank? Who else? Sorry, Amy, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but I thought no one was going to come out the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery's storeroom? Yeah, it must have been where he popped it from. Only place it could have been. So it seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at this time? Well, that more to that, couldn't tell you. No way, Carla, we have bigger fish to fry then. The little geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? Well, the truth is he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Winterbank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Don't me lummy a great ugly barrel he had pointing straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time. Is that right? It is, Gov, it is, spot on. And also he came at us, he did. I was bedlam, I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. My gosh, I thought we had it, I mean...
Hold it!
Yes, I noticed that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some school whatnot. Aqua tangled some marionette, which knocked over a picture frame, which knocked some skills on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Wow. Big bruv went here flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you, and the old geezer pinned him. He did as she did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would fly me like a bloom pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? And poor Mr. Winterbank, he did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Pulled your gun on him. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? Nah, never. I was just, you know... looking out for me, bruv, weren't I? I was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shot himself in. Something about the last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Gina was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him to, and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? The little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and Bruv, yeah? That's right, Nash, right? Me and me Bruv, yeah? Never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all that happened, I swear. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, did he? Look, it was. On the inside. We all was, because we tried to open it. It's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Won't budge an inch. So, in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could have possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From what you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? Question must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank. The lethal defense the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let's return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel was now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed. Namely, from which location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Reno? Not entirely sure, but there is one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now. Sorry for some clarity. Show the court of his plan the answer to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the person, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Literally anywhere out here. Right? Basically, the theory... I think it doesn't super matter, but there's several points at which he could have gotten shot. Firstly, someone could have pulled a gun on him here, shot him here, causing him to flee into here and then collapse. Second, as he's fleeing, someone standing here could have shot him in the back. We're going to say here first. The defendant believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question. Where was the victim at the time? About here.
Objection.
Okay. My answers in fact show that your position is as absurd as those you have indicted. Ah, that's not true. So the question is, from where did the culprit shoot the victim and where's the victim at the time? Well, let's see why I can't show that someone... Let's see why we can't show that someone other than Gina could have done it in the storeroom, do you? Someone other than Gina in the storeroom. Huh? There's no one else in the storeroom. Let's take a look at other things first. Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess, because we've pressed everything already, so yeah. There's not a lot else I can do. Yeah, there's nothing here. So I guess, yeah. Oh, of course, before he locks the door. Right. Because if there's a point where the door is open, there's a time where he can get shot.
Hold it.
I still don't feel good about this. We might have to help. We might need to rack our brains quite thoroughly. Right, because the thing is, could Gina have locked the door after he collapsed? Potentially? It's not clear. Or does he live long enough to lock the door behind him and then just flop over? There's several options here. Ace Attorney can be finicky.
Take that!
Right, because the problem is that death is almost instant. So, we put him on just this side of the storeroom. Hey, take up as an objection. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him and I legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely this moment when the victim was fleeing for his life, and these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the finding Scotland Yard's coroner, he states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. But man, shot while he was running away as fast as he could to safety. Oh, of course, but been leaning forward as he was running away. So if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still would have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there's someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Take that!
Gina. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such action would only serve to tie the news around her own neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yeah, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. There was a gunman outside the door. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that point in time. At some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that will leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. What we have to ask now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer, who had just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. Now, to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before our eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say I wasn't the pickpocket shot on our girl? I should have known it was those three brothers. I feel like shady as a dance floor. That was amazing, Crudo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. We've got a problem. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely I'll have to give a verdict if not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks? I find the defensive argument most persuasive. Shady as a dense forest is such a good line. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell you you're unaware of your logic's failings? Chat, do you know the logic's failings? I say, Lord Van Zieks, what made you explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, huh? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Like George, count bullets? Oh dear, he noticed then. Huh? Was everyone oh god, Ryunosuke! Ryunosuke, does Van Zieks have the brain cell right now? You know things are desperate. Counsel? Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense defendant presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. As coincidentally with the fact that the bullet did not exit Mr. Sholmes. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friends. You told the court not only months ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. My goodness, I think you'll find that the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes. It means Windibank not shot by same gun, stop, only 1 bullet, stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nippony street farmer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. His Dubware and drink suppliers must be very rich. Yes. Yes, they must be. Yeah. Very, very rich. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zieks, this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Jean Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc! I'll be doing that whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him, it's mine that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, the music box disc. McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. Not the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused unaccounted for years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. It would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this about? Why is this Inspector acting strangely? It's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But that was with instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff! Van Zeeks can't do this. What? What do you mean? Admittedly, the government cannot also probably should not be saying, hey, just like don't present this evidence. In fact, he could go to court for this as he is unlawfully using evidence. Right, I don't know, I feel like that's more complicated, right? Because obviously the normal rules of you have to submit lists of what evidence you're going to be using don't apply in Ace Attorney universe. Throw that whole idea out the window because none of that matters. I feel like the government saying, no, you just cannot use this evidence, is also kind of a no-no insofar as a fair and impartial judicial system is concerned. Just a thought. Magistrates, technically so does Rise from the Ashes, but they do some nonsense with that. The prosecution established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Alright, chat. Formally gilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Reno? Yes, rather mistakenly defended. What's what his name is doing back on the back of this disc? And that's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. But more importantly... Oh, Reno, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small spear, but definitely blood. Actually, it feels as though I might have noticed that before. Ah, that's my time to shine again! I thought I'd be waiting forever! Alright, hold still with that disc, Reno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash! Kapoof! Forensics. Yeah? Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just the green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? There is nothing more to add. Barry Mike, it's not Herlock's blood. The scratch on the music box disc is blood from one Egbert Benedict after Gina wrenched it out of his finger. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Reno. My lord, Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been something about it a bit of a fog up to now, truth be told, but all of a sudden, as is fully obvious to me in my mind, there's only one thing for it. Oh no, not again. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defense culpability.
Guilty.
Not again.
Guilty.
Not again.
Guilty.
Not again.
Guilty.
Not again.
Guilty.
Shoutouts to Face. Wait, there's two pieces here that will actually help us, very helpfully. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that. For Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Junior didn't shoot Mr. Winterbeck. That's beyond any doubt. References. We'll proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Guardian Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Hopefully this is the last bit of this bit, and we're gonna enter, we got this, we get another summation examination, we then roll out into the back end of the case next time. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. You haven't breed to us law-abiding citizens. It's only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistic expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. I think there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bold over the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. The prosecutor is being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Is the truth coming out? Eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the consummation examination. Smush. Yes, my lord. Yes.
Hold it!
Just because Mrs. Straunt has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder, is what you're saying? Well, all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon, I am arguing Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about the people because there's a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, my other point, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal right through and through, can't deny it. You say she'd shown she had it in her? Are you referring to this? Exactly. Trying to swipe back only a day earlier, huh? Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that actually I was at the time, it's hard to refute that. You've actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Schultz did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune he plays though, do we? I'd love to see how the original compares to Hilly's copy. He killed his disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many I invited for dinner, I was told to count the table settings. That's logical, I suppose. Although, yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing, or to get guests rather like the fine china. Does the implying that with thieves? So I suppose, if there's another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I have to reconsider my position. A third bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that be possible? For the time, it's impossible. I think we might.
Hold it!
Would you please stop wondering about things that have nothing to do with the trial, sir? The defense's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I also want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering on all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name? Hairlock? No. Hairlock? Hairlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. I see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he was shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb. I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but yes, surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Our counsel for the defense is correct, as clearly shown in this photographic print. Both that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes, hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Well, job number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? You saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Someone please explain how it happened. Someone please solve the mystery. It's almost as much a mystery as how this jury was put together. Oh wait, where's an expert when I need one? Hello. You are expert. These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is picture is against each other. Oh, the ballistics expert. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Job number 6. Hello, my name is Wieland. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling job number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? Like I've seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away around a long mountain road in freezing cold. Golly, the snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from my hand and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. Made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is the solution to the mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. God, Ryunosuke has the brain cell relative to everyone else. For now, what exactly was Henley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. So around this area, I think? Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have known something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Ah, well. The fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I can remember. If I may. Lieutenant Zeeks? Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present that evidence with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. The bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. It has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of this case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easily tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. At least pouch isn't scruffy. Let's take a look at that, eh? Examine. Well. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes, like fingerprint powder to show where people have touched things, and scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object. Hey look, forensics that doesn't exist yet. That's amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable. Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. Oh. Well. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! Must be where the bullet hit that. Let me see. What the? Iris, look! Where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet! With a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch, this is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Winterbanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about, the 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. The 3rd bullet. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing. It saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. I feel the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. Draw this a new piece of evidence. It would be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. Iris is supposed to be 10, right? She seems short and kind of not as linguistically mature as 10-year-olds tend to be. No, she's simultaneously far more and far less linguistically mature than 10-year-olds. Right, she knows knows complex jargon, but still doesn't call people by their full names. Wait, how is Sean still alive? I missed everything important. Obviously. Nah. Allow me to show you then. The third bullet. Let us present the third bullet. This is the third bullet. Here it is, we discovered it just now. Yes, on the unquestioned window-based pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Jones's pouch. What? The pouch was removed from around Mr. Jones's waist before he was taken to hospital. Since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say they shot by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. That makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Jones. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that was the window bank and that belonged to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. Benzeek's acting like he's been shot. Let's go. Hola. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Alright folks, we got a third bullet. What's up? Wait, Governor! Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? Wait, was Governor? Wait, was? Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. Third bullet has been identified at the crime scene. What do you make of that? I give it up, I don't make nothing on... Is it one of yours? Go blind, go blind, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? No, the Skulkin brothers were alone. Just the 2 of us, that's our trademark. I'll soon forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets recovered. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Oh man, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for defense. Yes? I'd like to hear your thoughts regarding the new developments, the third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think it's time to form a picture of what really happened that night. Lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. On that night at Winterbake's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with the third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. The evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Poxwell. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. In all that time, there's been not a murmur of a third man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ask them the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? I was supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. We've got this. Mr. Eggert Benedict, who hired these thugs as extra muscle. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Japanese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. My joke, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. That one. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Does the court understand that it's treated with some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What a great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. You see, it doesn't have a name yet, though. This fog spreads a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. Not sufficiently different for this, if that's not obvious. So by seeing whose color, what color it changes to, you know in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. He invented luminol, basically. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now, fire that young man. Could be from some unrelated thing, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers understand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is the alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker! Oh, yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now. Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, there was Inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's from talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. and you claim this man is the brother's accomplice. Well, Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life. All my life, Glove, all my life, never seen him. Well, sometimes rightly it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, once you've proved that the clean-cut gentleman in this photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. Now, I'm going to drag kicking and screaming into the courtroom. The defense will present the evidence now. It is still this.
Take that!
The proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, Counsel. This letter portfolio contains the answers to every question posed. I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend. But enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime?
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egget Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Oh, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a musical disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions all over its surface. These protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? Miss Sisson and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty Folker gun. Yes, and we have the results to this portfolio. Oh, Master Emerald, with a party of 8. Thank you for your raid. If you are watching and have not joined before, or just joining in from the raid, I am a trained historian, mostly of the Middle Ages, but also interested in other time periods. We are playing Grey Ace Attorney Chronicles with a vague focus on the history, mostly just having a good time. But our eternal question is, of course, what year is it? We have narrowed it down to approximately every year between 1890 and 1910 for when this game occurs. Which is not a very narrow time period at all. So, in the meantime, we have done techno gobbledygook based around the fact that Sherlock Holmes is a chemist, and therefore has far superior forensics abilities to anyone else on existence, in order to confirm that this green blood on this disc is identical to the green blood that appeared in a murder scene. What year is it? Sir, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. Look, I'm waiting for resolve when we get the one paper that has gives us literally 40 different years in one document, and it is quite painful. Heck, I say it's great. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egget Benedict, who was in Windibanks early in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. That was someone else. Look at the two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. What are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egget Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection, or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well. And pray do not even think of suggesting we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. And how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination? In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you just say, young girl? And in this summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After a shrewd process of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. And Master Emerald, thank you for the Prime subscription. I super appreciate it, my friend. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you'll come to fair and just conclusions. So, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Rude.
Not guilty.
Rude. Oh god, isn't that one guy Russian though? Yeah. Your point being? 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect. Oh, I cheer for this guy. What the follow just now? I appreciate it. This is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Munzeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Van Zeeks is not happy about that. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The other gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am. I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Right, yes, this one you mean? Mr. Benedict. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. No, good gracious. Order. Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. Look at the little sparkly eyes. Look at... You should be in the communication station now. Stop tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. The blushing, the sparkly eyes. I'm afraid she might have a crush on the murderer. This doesn't feel right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Yeah. Well, I suppose we'll imagine the accomplice will be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to by night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Wait, is that a live telegraph? It definitely might be a live telegraph. A very early radio one at that. Sadly, we don't have the laser eye emote on Twitch. You are correct. Chat, remember, if you wish to get the laser eye owl emote on Twitch, you can either join me on... We're going to shill for the Patreon right now, actually. Right, so, if you want to force the laser eye owl emote to be on Twitch, if you subscribe on the Patreon at the $10 level, you get to select an emote. And you could select that emote if you so chose. Alternatively, if you don't do that, or for some reason can't, because I totally understand financial situations and personal preferences, do tell your friends, because the other way we could do it is if we hit partner. Because then we unlock a bunch more emote slots, and those emote slots would absolutely include Laser Eyes Owl. Because it is incredible. It is my favorite emote. Norman Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Is sending telegrams from the juror's box legal? I would assume no. I would assume no. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. And look at that, and that gets us to another to be continued. And this to be continued is where we shall leave off for the night, because I've been going for 4.5 hours, my throat shall perish. So, next time, we are going to finish Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 1. That'll be same time, same place next week. But in the meantime, we do have other streams coming up. So, big thanks as always to our patrons listed here, everyone involved. You are all lovely, and I super appreciate the support. If you want to support it, I just dropped a link in chat. It will also be in the description of the YouTube VOD. And as always, if you missed any of the stream, it will be eventually uploaded to YouTube. I am just very behind on those uploads because reasons. They'll be up soon. This weekend I've got time to actually rest up, so it'll all get caught up then. Do we have a hydrate redeem? I do not have a hydrate redeem, but we can definitely add one of those soon. Anyway, I do stream 3 times a week, and it is variety streams. So next stream is going to be on Tuesday, a little bit earlier in the day, and we're going to be streaming Pyre. It's a patron-selected game. If you also want to make me play your favorite vaguely historical game, you can do that at the $25 tier on Patreon. And then on Thursday, so that'll be on Tuesday. On Thursday, we'll be back with our ongoing playthrough of Elden Ring, because I'm obsessed, and that game has so much historical imagery in it. So, yeah. I appreciate everyone. If you are not followed yet, do make sure you do that. Tell your friends, bring all your friends over, and thank you, whether you came in the last 10 minutes or have been here the whole time. You are very appreciated, and I hope we'll see you again on the next stream. Alright? Have a good night, everyone.